Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. Right after being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in a workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women.
Exactly.
That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to the disabled. That every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because maybe because through slavery we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Well, the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that, and I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. or they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I've changed my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Hawking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation, and then I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that stand up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. It should, it does, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo, we have, I mean, in the UN, we have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to to thrive. Also, many people will come by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tasks will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. Then, but it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that are commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not, with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or put zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. For FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it's a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman,
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time,
Good day and welcome to the Midday News here on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. Now let's begin. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to achieving lasting price and monetary stability through ongoing economic reforms and policy measures. Governor Laimi Cardoso made this known at a financial fair in Uyo, noting that recent initiatives have already eased inflationary pressure and stabilized the foreign exchange market. Cardoso, represented by Hakama Sidi Ali, highlighted the impact of the exchange rate unification policy, which cleared over $7 billion in verified forex backlog. He also pointed to the adoption of the B-match system, which has enhanced market integrity and improved price discovery. Additionally, measures include bank recapitalization, the introduction of non-resident BVN, and the Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028 aimed at expanding financial inclusion and digital transformation. The CBN governor urged Nigerians to support these reforms and respect the Naira as a national symbol. Branch controller Injidekia Nwabuku added that the fair was designed to educate the public on CBN policies, foster feedback, and strengthen collaboration with stakeholders to drive economic growth in Akwa Ibom State and beyond. And away from that, Lagos State government has joined forces with the Bank of Industry, BOI, to enhance workplace safety practices among micro, small, and medium enterprises in the state. The partnership was unveiled at the 3rd Lagos State Occupational Safety and Health Conference, where Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu launched the Safety Force campaign and inaugurated the first ever occupational safety cadet in the state's civil service. The groundbreaking initiative, described as the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, aimed to institutionalize safety as a professional discipline while promoting a culture of accountability, transparency, and structured training. It also reinforces Lagos' commitment to public health and environmental protection as the state responds to rapid urbanization and industrial growth. The conference, themed Occupational Safety and Health as a Catalyst for Nation Building, gathered key stakeholders from government, private sector, and safety professionals. BOI CEO Olashupo Olushi stressed the need for global standards and ESG-driven practices to make workplace safer and more competitive. The Lagos State Safety Commission also pledged stronger enforcement and inspections to boost compliance across the states. Still in the news, World Bank has described Nigeria's plan to achieve single-digit inflation in the short term as unrealistic, warning that the country remains among a few African nations battling high consumer price growth. In its latest Africa's Pulse report, the bank projected that Nigeria, alongside 8 other countries, would maintain double-digit inflation through 2025 due to currency depreciation, high energy and food costs, and structural bottlenecks. While 37 out of 47 African economies are expected to maintain single-digit inflation by 2026, Nigeria stands out as an outlier. The report also noted that this contradicts the optimism of key government officials, including the finance minister and central bank governor, who have preparedly pledged to lower inflation through fiscal and monetary reforms. Despite a rebound in oil production and an improved growth forecast, the bank said inflation remains a major obstacle to household welfare and business confidence. It urged African governments to prioritize structural reforms that ease the cost of doing business and create jobs, particularly in key growth sectors such as agribusiness, tourism, housing, and healthcare. Away from that, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called for a swift implementation of the new India-UK trade agreement, describing it as a landmark opportunity to boost economic ties between the two nations. Speaking in Mumbai at the start of the 2-day trade mission, he said the global goal was to bring the deal into effect as quickly as humanly possible to unlock immediate benefit for businesses and workers. The trade pact, signed in July, eliminates tariffs on key goods such as textiles, whiskey, and cars while opening market access for both economies. It is expected to boost bilateral trade by £25.5 billion by 2040, with major companies including BP Rolls-Royce and BT already positioned to capitalize on the deal. Both governments aim to ratify the agreement within a year, making it Britain's most significant post-Brexit trade success. Starmer's push for growth comes as his administration prepares for a challenging fiscal budget in November, strengthening partnerships with India and other global markets, in central to his economic strategy, offering businesses wide opportunities to expand amid rising global trade tension. Oil prices climbed by about 1% on Wednesday after OPEC Plus decided to limit its planned production increase for November. Is an oversupply concerns that had weighed on the market earlier in the week. Brent crude futures rose 63 cents to $66.08 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 66 cents to $62.39, signaling renewed confidence among traders. The growth opted for a modest 137,000 barrels per day increase, the lowest figure under consideration, signaling a cautious approach to managing global supply. This move came after a period of heightened volatility as investors weighed growing inventories against slowing global demand. Traders held long positions in anticipation of tighter Russian crude flows, helping lift prices. Market sentiment was also influenced by recent U.S. inventory trends. Primarily, figures showed a 2.78 million barrel built-in crude stock for the week, ending October 3, even as gasoline and distillate levels declines. Analysts are watching closely for the official Energy Information Administration data for further market direction as supply and demand dynamics remain finely balanced. And that's the news this afternoon. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe, and coming up shortly is Just Africa's. Please stay with us.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins and and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and Asia's customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance. And it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship. Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. The country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniadio, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Mahrite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development, grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyasore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Today we're exploring the terrifying, often yet overlooked consequences of climate change. Its direct assault on our most fundamental human needs, that is, our sleep and our cognitive health. Now, rising temperatures, extreme weather, and resource scarcity aren't just damaging infrastructure, they might be quietly stealing our rest and alarmingly impact our ability to think, learn, and innovate. This is Just Africa. Welcome to Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokoya, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I have Omevi Idolo as my co-anchor. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you from wherever you're watching from across the globe. And welcome to Just Africa. I am Omevi Idolo.
Quite interesting how climate change can affect our sleep and our cognitive health.
You know, most times when we talk about climate change, people just talk about the rising sea, or the hot weather, how it affects agriculture, how it affects other things generally. But we really don't talk about how it affects our health. And most times when we talk about affecting our health, we mostly think of the sweating, the heat, and all that. But bringing it down to shrinking of the brain,
Yes.
Olumide, many people, I can say maybe 60-70% of people will never imagine it to be true. Someone will be asking, are you saying that the size of my brain is actually reducing because of hot weather? But that is what we want to discuss. And from what I have read, I've come to understand that sleep is not something we can trade for anything.
It's not a luxury.
I woke up very early this morning. In fact, before the show, I was having a slight headache because I woke up earlier than usual. So, because I didn't have that maximum
enough amount
of sleep, it was already affecting me. And this happens at place of work. It happens to children. So now the weather, the climate change affects a child. A child goes to bed because of the hot weather. The child keeps rolling and rolling, waking up. And for those who can afford the air condition, the fan and all that, of course, beautiful. But sometimes the need for electricity to even power the air condition is another thing entirely. So a child who doesn't sleep well,
how does it perform?
How will the child be able to learn in school? And the child grows into a young adult and starts working, and you expect that the person will start making decisions. A person who doesn't sleep well wants to start making good decisions. I don't know how. Then when you get to your place of work, because you didn't sleep well, you want to be very, very productive. I don't know how possible that is. Like in our office here, if you do not sleep well at all, when you get to this office, you're going to sleep up, but by the time the AC starts blowing you and you want to be very highly productive. So you can see the effect of lack of sleep, the weather condition, the climate change, rather, how it is affecting. Now, that's a young adult will grow into a man in his 60s, 70s, and sometimes your child walks in. You don't just forget where you kept your keys or where you kept the remote. The remote might be just by your side and you are screaming your wife's name, who is in the kitchen, where is the remote, and meanwhile the remote is by your side. And it won't end that you start forgetting the names of your children. Sometimes we do not know that these things happen as a result of climate change over the years. And we start having maybe the final effects at old age and all that. So you see, brain shrinking due to weather condition is something that that should be talked about, not in health sector, in terms of policy making, and so many other, any area that it can be talked about. And I think this is a very good conversation. It's a very good time to talk about it, actually.
All right, so today we will look at a resilient crisis, one that doesn't always make the headlines, yet it affects every heartbeat and every thought. That is sleep. Across Africa, rising temperatures, erratic power supply, and unplanned urban spaces are robbing millions of their rest. Scientists now warn that as our night gets hotter, our brains get slower, our mood gets darker, our productivity declines. We'll find out more of this on Just Africa after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, today's topic is stolen sleep, shrinking brains. How climate change can threaten Africa's rest and cognitive health. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Hawa Busari, an advocate for climate resilient design with a Master of Philosophy in Architectural and Urban Studies. So glad to have you, Busari. Hawa Busari.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I don't know, can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I lost my voice a bit because I came to Nigeria and the
Climate
dust and
change happened.
everything. Yeah, I think it's the climate change as well.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look at the big picture. How exactly does climate change, especially rising night temperatures, affect the way Africans sleep and, of course, recover?
Well, that's a very interesting question. So when we talk about climate change, a lot of people just think about is rising seas, flood, droughts, crops not yielding well, but we often forget the impacts of what it does to our health implications. So I'll give a typical scenario of what I've experienced in Lagos. Um, I don't know if you've noticed at night when you're supposed to sleep and then your room doesn't get cold. It just keeps that normal temperature of hotness. And ideally, the night temperature is supposed to be down, cool, so that your body relaxes and every other immune or your brain, your heart should be able to relax well. But when these things don't happen, then the brain health, your heart condition, every part of your body system doesn't relax as well. Then it's start threatening other health implications, maybe like cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's, dementias, and several other diseases. So the implication is right now we might not see the effect now because it's slowly is a slow death that we don't see it right now. But subsequently, over time, over years, it becomes a serious issue. Like you could start seeing somebody who drops their key somewhere, maybe on a table, and you could vividly see your key on your table, but you can't see it any longer. You have to start asking questions, where did I drop my key? But it is right there. And from there, it's transgressed to something like you forget your child's name. Who are you? Those questions are actually hurting for somebody who you grew up to know your father or maybe your mother or one of your parents, and all of a sudden they can't just recall you, they can just remember who you are, not because of what's not because of their own effect, but because of what climate change have done over time to their health conditions.
Okay, now this climate change, is it just now we're realizing it, or has it been happening before? Also, is it just peculiar to Africa because they say it's hot in Africa? I mean, if you go to other climes, it's the weather is a bit cold there, and that's why you have Nigerians. Some Nigerians can stay abroad. Some, are well comfortable staying in Nigeria or in Africa. So, is it just peculiar to Africa, or is it across continents?
Climate change is a planetary problem. Every part of the world is being affected by climate change. So it just depends on the effects on how we get it. So I'll use an example of for Africa, our temperature will get hotter. And when you look at the Europe, they're already experiencing climate change. They are getting more hot weather than cold weather. So that's also the effect of climate change. So it's a general issue for every humanity that lives on this earth. So when it comes to living in a hotter condition and maybe going to a colder condition, you can live there. I was in the UK. I couldn't adapt to the temperature, but it came to a certain time. Like I I I think when the summer came around, I was like, no, this is hotter than Lagos. And when you ask somebody who has lived there over 20, 30 years ago, they'll tell you they haven't experienced this sort of summer. The temperature was just too high. So it is something that is happening in every part of the world. It's just how are we able to start adapting to this? How do we start solving the problem before it starts taking much more than what we expect from us?
All right, thank you very much, Hawa Busari. Africans are known, like you said, we're known for resilience. We believe that we can adapt to any kind of condition, any kind of thing in the world. So when they travel, they say, we can adapt. But when it comes to something as basic as sleep, how much resilience do you think we can really take?
Well, for sleep, I'm not sure we can cheat sleep. It's nature. We can never cheat it. Yeah. I know a lot of people. I've met a lot of people. They'll tell you, I don't sleep for 2, 3 days. I tell you, at the 50th day, they will tell you what their body is telling them. You can never deceive nature. It's not possible. So right now we are in denial. I would say we are in denial state because we always feel like we have the tough skin to our resilient nature can make us adapt to everything. Well, I would say maybe for daytime time.
I think we're experiencing a bit of, we'll try and get our back
Yes.
as we progress. But it's quite interesting. I think growing up, we were told, okay, let's have Hawa back. Hawa Musari, welcome back.
Yes, please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well.
I don't know. I think you lost me for a bit there. I'm trying to provide.
Yes, you can go ahead and continue with your thoughts.
Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry. I need to like go back to where our conversation. Okay, how the sleep affect our architecture. So if we don't sleep for long, so we have three. Let me give it the three breakdown of sleep. We have light sleep, then we have deep sleep, and then we have REM sleep. The light sleep is when you start feeling sleepy when you're going down. And when you get to deep sleep, that is when your brain starts detoxifying some harmful proteins from your brain. Like there are some proteins that have been linked to Alzheimer's, such as beta amyloids, where the brain detoxifies this in our deep sleep. And when we get to the REM sleep, that's when we start restoring our memories. But when we disrupt all the stages of sleep, it becomes a problem over time. It might not happen right now, but continuously, maybe over time, years over years over years, before you know, you start seeing people with young children or young adults with cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's, and dementia. And right now, as of what I know, most of these illnesses don't have a cure, and they are inheritable. Imagine an innocent child who knows nothing about anything, and climate change has already affected their parents, and they are at the detriment of actually inheriting this from their parents subconsciously. So I think climate change is actually a serious issue that doesn't have to be overlooked.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, we're talking about sleep and the benefit it has for the repairs of our brain, the refreshing of our brains as well. But our society, the urban African, places like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and other busy cities where noise and so many other factors disrupt people's sleep. What do you think that the average African in their homes, what are those little things that can they put together to ensure that to reduce the noise? I know there was a time Lagos was having a noise-free day in Lagos, and I'm like, is that even possible? With the blaring of horns and here and there, what can the average African do to reduce this pollution?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think it starts with policy. Policy is number one thing that needs to put humans in order. Sometimes we just do things without looking at the implications of what it will be. So for sleep, I'm currently in Lagos, and I will tell you since I arrived, I haven't been able to sleep well because throughout my whole street, we don't have a single tree that could actually cool the environment. So we need to start advocating for more urban cooling effects. Well, we need to start advocating for more ventilations. We need more ventilations so that for people who can afford air cooling system, they should be able to enjoy the natural cooling system. They should stay hydrated. And also, one of the currently we're working on something that could actually benefit both humanity and the planetary, so that well, it's still on its way, but something that could actually reduce urban heat stress as well as sequester the carbon, so that when your environment is not too hot, that means you could actually stay indoor and your body system could actually relax.
All right, thank you very much. You are actually studying a program on architectural and urban studies. So this question is specifically tailored for you. Now, do you think from a design standpoint, what mistakes do you think we have made in our architecture and city planning, that make heat and sleeplessness worse?
Wow, very interesting question. Number one is the cutting down of trees. Oh my God, we should not cut down our trees. A lot of studies have shown that for a tree to grow to maturity, to shade, it takes 40 to 60 years. And with the way I walk around in Lagos and particularly in Africa, we cut down our trees to build houses. Rather, we should start building our houses around our trees. It will save us a lot from that. And secondly, we should adopt to our own natural materials. Right from inception, we've always known that Africa are known for resilient building when it comes to sustainable design. We should be able to, we have thick earthen walls that actually resist heat. We should use shaded verandas, use clear roof. We should use our own indigenous materials that are actually adaptable to our conditions. We shouldn't just adopt the whole westernized method of construction, because whatever they build to adapt to their own temperature and weather. We should be able to also do the same right here in our home countries.
If I may ask, suggesting we use bamboo sheds to build our roofs instead, or something. But let's look at the solutions here. What affordable and practical design solutions can African communities, use to reduce indoor heat and improve sleep quality?
Well, for now, I think one of the most effective things we could do is start having large windows as we can. We start using experience. Let me say experience, because we have a lot of bricklayers who tell you, okay, I'm experienced, but they just adopt what they have done for others. There are a lot of windows types that we use that are not actually prone to rust. They shade away the air that is supposed to come inside the building. We should adopt the proper windows for our temperatures. And those things are actually affordable. We don't have to go into air conditioning to cool the building. If we have a casement window that open 100%, or we have maybe louvers that give us air of 100%, we have reduced energy cost a lot, and we have actually saved a lot of people who lives within the room or the building. So there are a lot of things we could do. We could start modernizing our thick earthen walls, we know we use clay, but a lot of people don't use clay now because it is tagged as old technology. But there's a way now, a lot of researches are being done to actually make it more modernized. We could start adopting those things to make our building more resilient to heat.
All right, thank you very much, Hawa. So you talked about policy earlier on, and at the same time, we've seen policymakers slump and die, sometimes during meetings. And this issue of sleep is never treated as something very important. These policymakers still ignore it. Now, should sleep be treated as part of public health or climate adaptation?
Both, I would say. It is a serious public health, because if we don't sleep well, our body don't relax well, then medical bills will rise. So that's a public health. And when it comes to climate adaptation, the more sleep the climate change takes away from us, the more problems it will create for us. We are only seeing Alzheimer's now. We don't know what will happen in the next 10 years.
What do you think is responsible for the ignoring of sleep by policymakers? I stand to be corrected, but I don't think I have heard any conversation regarding sleep in any sitting where people need to talk about it. We've seen doctors talking to leaders, talking to addressing the public on the importance of sleep. And these things are not treated or they are ignored for whatever reason. So why do you think policymakers has never or has not prioritized this as a policy?
Well, that's an interesting question. Well, I would say maybe because possibly they haven't experienced one of the implication of what sleep could do to someone's health, they might not give it priority, but it is actually a serious problem. But I think little awareness from the medical practitioners, public health, everyone has a duty to start making the awareness. And I think with time, then policymakers will start executing this as a serious global issue in the country. But the awareness could actually start from us. If policies are not taking it, then it is our duty as humanity to start taking it serious for ourselves. Because at the long run, it is our own body and it is our money that we will spend for the medical bills. So it's everybody's rights while we wait for policy to start taking it serious.
Thank you very much for that. Now, do you think that this link between climate and sleep is underestimated, that we have been focusing on agriculture, energy, while ignoring human biology?
Yeah. I think it is a sideline a lot because when we talk about but I'll use agriculture for example. We know what climate change has done to agriculture and how it has affected the food system. But this food system goes into the body. And when your body doesn't relax well, whatever you eat, I'm not sure it's going to work well. So what we eat and where we sleep and where we live, everything are actually interconnected. It has to go line and line together. As we're looking at what climate change has done to agriculture, we also need to look at what climate change is doing to our health, particularly where we live. We spend 90% of our lives indoor, whether we like it or not, be it school, be it homes, be it churches, anywhere, offices, it is indoor. So we need to start taking that as a very serious issue like we take every other climate change activities.
All right, now, there's this saying I've always heard that people who live in the rural areas or villages, they seem to look or fare better, more healthy, stronger bones, looking more chubby than those living in the metropolitan cities. Can you explain this ecosystem? Is it that the sun is fairer or doesn't shine as hard or as much as it shines in Lagos and other parts of the state?
Well, that's not the issue. So excuse me. So there's something we call urban heat island. That is because in the urban setting, we take away all the green spaces to build houses, and concrete are known to actually trap heat in, and at night they release those heat out. But when you go to rural settings, you start seeing bushes, you start seeing greenery. So those greenery actually trap those heat and they keep it, and at night they releases cool air for us. But I am telling you right now, I am sitting across my window. I cannot see even a single tree down up to 100 kilometers of within 300 meters of my house here. So definitely all those heat will be absorbed by the building, and at night it just releases it out. Nowhere that any transpiration is going to take place. So it will keep getting hotter and hotter until we start looking for solutions, start growing trees. And when it comes to trees, we have to know the type of tree that we are actually going to start planting. A lot of studies have shown that there are some trees that are just standing there, that they don't do anything. So I think a lot of research needs to start going into that. Okay, what trees should we start putting on streets to actually help cool the building and people? So well, for rural area, I will still use an example. I was in my hometown recently, and even in the rural community now, everywhere every tree is being chopped down because everybody wants to build. Everybody wants to build houses, so we need to start changing narrative that trees is not harmful to us. We can actually build around trees rather than cut down trees to build.
All right, thank you very much. From what we read about you, we found out that Hawa's Agile panel does a whole lot when it comes to interior. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, well, it's still in progress. Yeah, so we noticed that we are far away from tree, honestly. We need to start, if we're to talk about trees, we should be talking about trees 60, 70 years ago. So we need something else that could actually complement tree as well. So we're trying to use algae, which is actually a biological material, natural material to actually sequester carbon as well as cool buildings. So we don't need to struggle with trees. While trees are growing, algae are also helping protecting humanity in their homes, as well as sequestering carbon, filtering the air particularly. So it does a lot of things. The biomass could also be used as a biofertilizer where we start having good food. It all in all is something that has to combat climate change as well as humanity.
Okay, what's the level of affordability of Hawa's algae? Because it says it is not something that is easily accessible. Someone may be thinking that may be very expensive or something.
Well, for me, I'm one of affordability because I've lived this experience. Yeah, I lived in Lagos and I've seen what it can do. So I'm a very, very advocate of affordability. 70% of Nigerians cannot afford things that are expensive. So we are actually working towards making it very affordable for the common man. And particularly aside the affordability, we're also looking at the health. So we should, if it's not so much affordable, but it saves you a lot from medical costs, I think it goes a long way. But affordability is one of our major things, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So in all of what you've said, what principles should guide the future of African homes, schools, hospitals, just to make them not just sustainable, but truly livable in a warming world?
Please, can you come again with the question? I didn't get that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is what principles at this point, what principles should guide African homes, should guide the future of African homes, schools, hospitals, to make them not just sustainable, but truly livable in this warming world?
We need to start building that breathe. Our building needs to start breathing like humanity breathes. More ventilations. We need as much ventilations as we can. Trees, I cannot emphasize on the importance of trees. We should try to adapt to nature. Like we are nature and we shouldn't take nature out of our existence. They should go hand in hand together. So even in schools, we should start making advocates, like start making researches. It starts from primary school, start telling people on the importance of things as nature, as sleep, where to sleep, and when it's too hot, what to do. Like we shouldn't wait till it's affecting our mental health or whatever it is, but we should start making those awareness right now. As much as primary school, start telling them, okay, this is what heat could do, and this is what you could do to manage it. I think those things goes a long way.
Also, one more question. How can this be integrated into government policies? I mean, you mentioned something about the size of a window in a house, and you mentioned louvers and all that. I also heard about cross ventilations and the space in between the house and the next house, your house and the next house. How can this be integrated into government? Is it that we don't have these rules, or how can we incorporate it to become a policy, a rule, or some sort of a guideline for urban planners, for house developers and the estate developers and the rest of them?
In fact, I know we have a rule, we have building codes in Nigeria, which is very, very detailed. But the thing is, we don't have surveillance. Surveillance is one of our major problems. when somebody proposed a building, I think there's no surveillance to come track what they actually build on site, and it just goes away. So nobody talks about it, and because we, particularly as a lot of Nigerians, don't know about these building codes, because if it doesn't concern you, you don't read about it, you don't question things, it just goes away. I think that's one of the major things. But if we can start putting surveillance and start holding developers responsible for, okay, this is the amount of window you should put, this is the sizes you should use, then we'll be able to curb some of these issues.
Now, in Africa, we are trying as much as possible to reduce this brain shrinking. So apart from sleep, what else do you think that people need to do to reduce this brain shrinking that we're talking about?
We need to start sleeping. We need to start sleeping and get the 3 stages of sleep. We cannot cheat that. And we need to start making awareness about nighttime heat and how to manage it. I know there's a lot of times when we have high temperatures, maybe 37 degrees during the daytime, and there's awareness, there's this alert around, but nobody talks about the nighttime heat. So we need to start talking about nighttime heat. What should we do? Sleep with light clothes. Our bedding should be very light so that it allows the body to rest. And fan is also another thing for the low income earners. However, we hope that the radiation and the carbon emission doesn't exceed what it is right now. But with time, fan might not be able to do the cooling effect any longer. And also, we need to start planting as much trees as we can. There are also other things like green walls, but they might be too expensive, but they are also investments for our health.
Okay, so thank you for the sleep. Now, talking about the awareness, do you think there are challenges that people face, those that are creating the awareness, especially those in the health sector? Are there some challenges that they encounter while creating this awareness? And what can they do to ensure that not just those in the urban area, but everyone gets to understand the importance of ventilation, tree planting, and everything that involves well-being? If there are challenges to this awareness, what can they do to ensure that people are well communicated to?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. For me, I think for the medical practitioner, they are trying their best enough, but I think we need to start asking people of how their living condition is. Sometimes you might tell somebody, okay, sleepwear is ventilated. They actually don't understand what ventilation means. They don't understand the size of their windows. They don't know, okay, this is the type of window that is supposed to be here, or that. Okay, I'll give an example. For somebody who has cardiovascular disease, maybe heart problem or possibly diabetes, the temperature you're supposed to sleep in at nighttime should not exceed 26 degrees at night. But consecutively, you keep sleeping in 28, 30, 28, 28, 30, 28, 30 degrees over time. If we're able to survive the first heat wave, there's tendency that the next heat wave that might come, you might not be able to survive it because your body system is not relaxing enough. And whatever medication you're taking might not even work, but rather complicate issues for you. So sometimes people need to know, okay, I need to stay at 26 degrees for my mental health and my body system to actually relax. So a lot of awareness needs to go to that. And people don't know the difference between 26 degrees and 27 degrees. They think, it's just 1 degrees, let me just overlook it. The difference between that 1 degrees is survival. That 1 degrees alone is the survivability of that 1 degree. It goes a long way. So if you have an air conditioning system in your house, maybe 1.5 horsepower, and you move from 26 to 27, your room will not get cold. you will be thinking of getting an extra fan to actually cool down the room. So I think people need to understand the difference between a shift in this temperature and what temperature is right for their health. Particularly for children, 23 degrees is the best. But when you put a child to 28 degrees every now and then, you are deforming the child's brain. A lot of research has been done on that, on what heat could do to the shrinking of a child's brain. So I think the awareness needs to be properly communicated. We need to understand, how is your room designed? Where is your window facing? What is the size of the window? Okay, if you're sleeping close to your bedside, please, okay, start sleeping very close to your window. I think those little, we need to actually go down. We need to go streamline the question deep down to actually understand this thing, so that we'll be able to share those awareness and people could start understanding. Okay, maybe my bed shouldn't be by the wall, because based on my research, our bed always stays by the wall, and that is where get hot the most. So we need to start changing our perception about where we place our beddings, particularly at night. Yeah, I think we need to streamline those questions, go deep down, understanding the living conditions. Yeah.
All right, so sorry, I'd like to ask, so how do you monitor these temperatures? Is there some form of equipment? How do you know when the temperature of the room rises or reduces? For those who might, want to stay afloat or, be proactive.
Sorry, how do you monitor what again?
I said, how do you monitor? How do you come about room temperatures, when it increases, when it reduces? I mean, for an average citizen at home right now, if he wants to know, okay, what is my room temperature like? What happens when it increases or it decreases? How will I stay informed?
Okay, yeah. So I know we have a lot of hands-on indoor thermostats that you can place on your walls that tracks the daily temperature of your room, both indoors and outdoors. I know I've seen one where it tells you what the outdoor temperature is and tells you what your indoor temperature is. So if you're able to know, okay, the indoor temperature is 27, you're at risk, then you should be able to start, okay, I need to place fan here, or I need to move to where I could get ventilation. So I think there are a lot of hands-on indoor temperature thermostats that we can start placing our hands on, place them in every room as possible as well. Yeah.
Could each room, do they have the same temperature or different temperatures, or houses or areas or communities,
Yeah, each room, there's tendency for each room to have different temperatures, because the south facing wall is where it get hotter, because that is where the sun actually hits the most. So for somebody who their wall is west facing, they might not experience a lot of heat, but for the south facing wall, it's usually very hot. So when you have the wall or the south facing, which is very hot, you could actually shift your bed to the south and west side. That is, if you're lucky enough, if your walls are within that range. I think, yeah.
Thank you very much. You talked about the sleeping position, the need for people to keep their windows open during the heat period, when the climate has affected so many things, for you to be able to rest and to keep the room well ventilated. Insecurity. Many people feel that because of the level of insecurity, they can never keep their windows open, they can never leave their windows opened. So, and the person can't afford an AC. And the fan that is available, there is no power to buy it. What do you expect such a person to do?
Well, that's a very complicated one. That's a complicated one. Insecurity and life. Well, I'm trying to think. I think, I don't know, I've tried sleeping in heat. Sometimes I might choose my window open, because you might not be able to survive the night. Yeah, I have lived somewhere, as I don't know if you know me, Lagos Island. you might not be able to survive the night, but the beauty of it is we are working on something that could actually be possible to close your window and your room's closed. But I don't know which one to choose between closing your window because of insecurity and health implications. Those are very, very two dangerous things, actually.
You are working on something that can, help you close your windows and still, enjoy some form of fresh air. Shed more light on that if you can.
From my research, we already know that the walls are actually what made the rooms hotter. And if your walls don't get hot, that means you can stay in your room, which is quite cool. And so we are trying to now trap that sun from outside with our panels. You could place the panels on your walls depending on the square meters of your room. You place it on your walls or on your roof, depending on how you want it, as much as possible. And the more it is on your roof or on your wall, it prevents the heat from spreading across your room. That is one. It also sequesters carbon. That is all those bad airs. It filters the air. You start breathing in good air because algae has the potential to actually filter all the bad airs within the environment. And as well, having the panel alone doesn't just sit there. Aside the health implication, you have the tendency to also get the biomass that comes from these things and sell. In a way, we're trying to provide income for those the less privileged and the most vulnerable, because those are the most targeted and the climate injustices are being affected more. So that majorly we are trying to reduce heat, filter the air, and as well provide source of income for people who are the most vulnerable.
Right, we're looking forward to the launch of this invention and
Yes.
this innovation, and of course, we hope that it will be affordable, because that's one of the things Nigerians always look out for: affordability. Once it's affordable, people would rush it like hot puff, if you know what I mean. So, but thank you very much, Hawa Busari. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on Just Africa. Thank you for joining Just Africa.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Quite interesting what she said there, especially the last part, the innovation they are working on. I mean, it's something that, it could bring some form of succor, because if you look at the price of air conditioning these days, 1 horsepower, 2 horsepower, it's not even smiling. Some are going above $500,000, and people see it as luxury, but it isn't luxury actually.
Yes, for me, I think we should still go back to tree planting for our houses.
It takes 40 years, like she said.
Yes, but it is, if landlords had started 40 years ago, by now we will not be talking about tree planting. Instead of deforestation, I think we should really come back to afforestation right now. In our compound, in our spaces. Let's begin the cultivation of trees. There's a place I passed some weeks back on, of course, the Lagos Road, the Ikorodu Lagos Road, and I discovered that maintenance were done on the road. So what they did after the whole maintenance, I discovered that right now they've planted some trees. No matter how tiny the space was, so long there's soil there, they planted trees. And of course, now we're looking at it like, when will this one grow? But in few years, those trees will start serving as shades for commuters, for Lagosians, for anyone. So I still believe that instead of using interlocks entirely in your compound, create some space and have trees, coconuts, any tree, mango, whatever it is, and plants. It helps you sleep well. It reduces your brain shrinking.
I think it's safe to say that right now we appreciate the administration of BRF, that's Bola and Babatunde Raji Fashola, who enforced planting of trees.
Yes.
He made sure that trees were planted across Lagos. I think we can begin to say a bit of thank you, if you know what I mean.
No, maybe they should bring that policy back again. Like every Lagosian should plant a tree. They should bring it back.
Well, we can start from our schools also. We can start teaching the students how to imbibe that culture of planting in their homes, and all that. that, we start from the cradle, we started from young, so that by the time they grow up, they're already used to it. They know that, okay, yes, if I'm going to build my house, I must have trees around it, so that, for easy ventilations. And also to our agents, our house agents, developers, and the rest of them. In their bid to make quick money, you see that some houses have just one tiny, window, and you wonder, how am I going to even breathe in that window? But because a lot of people resort to using air conditioners, they don't really care. Landlords also just want to make money.
Some of these buildings don't even have space for air conditions anymore, especially for the outside units. Let's not talk about it.
Well, it all has to do with policy. Good policies can get the job done. This is where we end this segment of Just Africa. We still have one more topic, and we'll have one more guest coming on Just Africa right after this break. Stay tuned.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore bold ideas shaping the continent's growth in its place in the world. Today, or this segment rather, we confront a silent epidemic, tobacco use. As high-income nations tighten regulations, tobacco corporations are aggressively targeting Africa's youthful population and loosening regulatory environments. Now, the cost is devastating and public health crisis, lost productivity and increasing strain on fragile healthcare system. We are asking, how can African governments effectively stand up to the immense power of tobacco industry, safeguard their citizens' health, and protect their policy-making autonomy? This is quite huge. I was just doing some figures here. It's quite interesting. As of 2015, there was a decline to 10% of men, while about lesser than that for women.
Yes.
And it's quite interesting. As of 2022, we had about 3.4 million adult smokers in Nigeria. So it's actually critical. I mean, if you go to bars, lounge, some public places. Yeah. I know there was a time, there was a policy that was made in Lagos banning smoking in public places and all that. But, you know, that didn't do enough. That hasn't, even though at every pack of cigarettes, you see it boldly written, smokers,
World Health Organization warns.
Smokers are liable to die
young.
It's boldly written there. It's a lot has been done, but still yet, well. But it's quite interesting that we are discussing this today. So joining us today, joining us on Just Africa today as a guest, a special guest to dissect this critical battle is Anjola Fatuashe, a tobacco control expert and public health advocate at Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa. That's CAPA. So glad to have you, Anjola Fatuashe. I hope I got that name correct.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you for having me here on this.
All right, so let's get on. Let's start off to what is a lot of people, maybe some people, yes, it's boldly written everywhere that tobacco smoking is dangerous to health. Or smokers are liable to die young. Now, from your own perspective, give us a brief history, not history. Give us break it down for us in clear times. Don't sugarcoat it. What risk do tobacco smokers? What are they open to?
Okay. So I'll just go straight to your questions. What are the risks? What are the risk factors of tobacco use? Tobacco use, as we know, or as I would like to say, is that product that, if used as the manufacturer wants it to use it, half of its users are going to die, which is, does it have any benefits? No. Is there any health effect of it? No. Is there anything you can gain from it? No. So if this product is this deadly, why do you use it? And it takes me to this part of this conversation, which says, why are those who are behind it still behind it? For the profit and not for the health of those. And we like to call those who use those product victims, and they are not, we don't want to say smokers, because they're actually targeted. And going back to your question, which is what's the dangers? Tobacco use, nicotine, and the end product of this has been linked to a lot of cancers of the mouth, of the lungs. Recently, we had World Lungs Day, we have World Heart Day. And I remember a friend, a medical doctor, she said when she's in school and they ask you like, oh, what can be the cause? The first thing they say, predisposing factor, what can lead to this, is tobacco use. So tobacco is linked to a lot of things. But just to say in a few, cancer, aging, for men, sexual infertility, for different things. It's linked to a lot of things. A lot of carcinogen, cancer-causing chemicals are in those products. And why would we want to have those things in our body in the first place that has no benefit to us? So just in a few, it's so deadly, and we can't just over-reiterate what the dangers and damages that this thing can cause to our body. Thank you.
All right. Now, shortly now, you said that these smokers, they are vulnerable. The words you used is they are targeted. So it brings me to my next question. What specific tactics are tobacco companies using to aggressively target Africa's youth?
Okay. So I will take this from another perspective. When you do branding, there are a lot of things that are involved. And I will also want to narrow this down to Nigeria and give us like a bit of example. And I don't want to mention brand names, but you will notice that when you see something, the more you see, the more you remember. There's a way your brain works psychologically. And in Nigeria, thanks for good policies that we have, back in the 80s, tobacco industry used to advertise, but you notice you don't see those things again due to strong policies. So I'll use on that. Maybe there's a favorite food you like or a snack that you like. and you are going around your area, you saw a billboard with that advert, and maybe you got home in the evening and you are looking at your news and you saw that advert pop up, you won't be surprised by the next time you are going to get food. That's the same thing you want to order. That's psychological, but you think you are the one making the decision, but that thing has been imprinted in your mind one way or the other. And that's what the tobacco industry do. So let me give an example. There's this thing we call TAPS, tobacco advertisement, promotion, and sponsorship. And how does this work? The industry where they are not allowed to, the law says they are not supposed to do adverts. They use the CSRs, corporate social responsibilities, to put themselves in good light. I can give examples on and on what they do. Or they do placement of their product in movies, in musical videos. So you technically see a movie you are watching, and next thing you see an actor smoking. And maybe it doesn't mean anything. And before you know, it might not even smoke. You will see a branded product, maybe a dustbin, a something branded with a particular brand, just not to mention names. And you will now see camera will just pan to that place. What was that panning for? Was it necessary? And sometimes those people will not even actually smoke, they will just hold it. But those are ways the tobacco, and before you know, a kid who is watching that psychologically sees that, oh, okay, an actor is using this. It means if I want to be an actor, I have to do like this. Or musical video, you see your favorite celebrity smoking. Before you know, you feel like, oh, if this is associated with being fancy, being woke, that's what you will do. And before you know, it's imprinting in those people's mind. For example, you see an elderly person smoking, and you, as a young person, would descend to smoke. Those are little ways those things leave things in the mind of those people. Like I said, it's targeted. It looks as if you are the one making the decision, but where you know you are not the one making the decision is when the addiction comes in. You can say you are the one starting, but actually, can you say you want to stop when you want to stop? And that's when you know you're addicted to something. So it's a lot of chain of thought and things where they are not like to advertise. They look for subtle ways to advertise, use celebrities, make them hold things, make them do things, flash those things. And you know how impressionable young people are. You see celebrity driving cars, oh, I want to have this car. You see them wearing this dress, I want to have this dress. You see them doing this. So it has been like that from ages past. There was a time in this country that maybe when you work in some certain sectors, even to the medical, to the newsroom, if you don't hold smoke, it looks like a sense of, we did an article on that one, that it used to believe like a sense of creativity, that without the smoke, you've not tapped into that realm of where you get creativity. And same with these things. It feels like if you don't take those things, and I would like to go back. There was a time too when women did not smoke, but knowing that women, gender, and the likes of freedom and making women being able to speak for themselves, there was a time the tobacco industry looked at linking that with freedom, and you know everybody will easily jump. Oh, I can do what I want to do. I'm a woman. I'm feminine. Let me express myself, and that was the hook they used. And today you see that women, even though we'll get to that part which says where we talk about how it's actually decreasing, but there is a lot of gimmicks from the industry on targeting people, which takes me back that these people that we call smokers are actually victims. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for everything you've said so far. Okay, so these days, you, like you rightly said, we no longer see people holding a stick of cigarettes on the streets, or maybe when you go to the bar, very few people are smoking. Or some bars, these days, they even write it boldly, no smoking in this area. But you will also agree with me that it is gradually moving from that tradition to the e-cigarette, vaping. People now think that, yes, I don't want to be seen with that, but I can do the vaping just to inhale the smoke and all that. What do you think about the rebranding of public smoking right now, that we're not moving all the tobacco thing? I don't like the way my mouth is smelling, I don't do this. And the new generation, the younger generation, are gradually doing the vaping or the e-cigarettes, however I want to call it. Why is the society not talking so much about it right now?
Thank you very much. Like I said, this is targeted. We are under attack. Let me just put it that way. We are under attack by a corporation who knows what they are doing, who are actually taking profit over health. And I was going to say, looking at a recent report that was released by WHO on prevalence of smoking, smoking has actually dropped, or tobacco, let me put tobacco use, let me put it as tobacco use has dropped. And for somebody who is in it for money, what do you expect? They will switch tactics. Now you see some of this tobacco industry putting it on their website, on their programs that, oh, we know that what we're peddling, which they actually stated initially that was not harmful, they are now agreeing to it that these things are actually harmful. And, oh, okay, we know. So we are coming up with better alternatives, safer alternatives, harm reduction. You might be hearing that narrative. All those narratives are still from that same person. And what do? They flavor this product. So let's use shisha, for example. A shisha that you see, oh, they'll say, I don't smoke. I don't even like the smell. But the shisha you are smoking, do you know, is also equal to almost like a pack of cigarettes after one session or two sessions. So what's the harm in it? And I used to give an example. Yes, it's flavored. Maybe it's really, maybe you're supposed to have like the person's supposed to die maybe in 10 years, or you're supposed to have this in 10 years. Now they reduce it, maybe it will take you like 50 years. But does it reduce the harm? No. And I like this very good example. Somebody gave you like a poison that use one 2 spoons, and the person will, or something will die immediately. Then take it like maybe 1 drop at a time. Does it still reduce that the person will not die from that poison? It will. It's just that maybe the time is the factor. And like you said, why are people now talking about it? And which is why we have to also speak about it, which is why we are here. This is why we are doing all this, to talk about it. A lot of people don't know the dangers in these things. The industry itself, they try to blow that part of their fact. Like the cigarettes, the traditional cigarette itself, initially, it used to have smokers. I think the Federal Ministry of Health, smoking is bad or something. Then later, it's due to regulations, it turned to smokers are liable to die young. Now we have graphic health warning on them stating what those things are, which the industry always push back. Anytime you ask them to say the truth about what these things actually contain, they will say, no, you are spoiling market for us. This one, this, that one. And we are also getting to that, which is going to take me to the answer to this. We have to be proactive. A country like Brazil, I think in 2012, started making plans to make regulations on flavored products. I think we should not be playing catch up with the industry. We should way ahead of them. This year, in June or July, Kenya banned the importation of this product, flavored tobacco product, because they saw it was doing. You should know that it's not just only Nigeria that's affected, it's everywhere. And when you see these things, you can easily pass them by not knowing that they are this product. They look so fancy. Some look like pen. They have different names. We have ENDS, which is electronic nicotine delivery system. We have HTPs, which is heated tobacco products. And all these things, they are all just the same, just branding, rebranding. And sometimes the industry will say, oh, these things is for people that want to quit. So don't do them. We are saying treat them the way you would treat every normal tobacco product. The Nigerian Tobacco, yes, the National Tobacco Control Act of 2015 and the National Tobacco Control Act of 2019, Section 15, if I'm not wrong, says you are not supposed to sell to a minor. Anybody below the age of subsection 1 says you are not supposed to sell to a minor. And there are restrictions on these things. Treat this product as they should be. They should be banned. Children are not supposed to have access to them. They are not supposed to be within their purview. I was talking to a friend recently, I think in Pakistan, and she was saying, yes, they will say they even have restrictions. Once you go on their website and you want to buy, and you ask your age, they will just, are you 18? And you say no, it will just refresh you back. So if you come back and put you at 19 or you are higher, it opens up. So what's that? It means this person is still trying to sell to you. And if you are saying it's for people you want to quit, it should be under strict medical description. It's not something you should be able to get anywhere. And why are you even addicted? Some people that have not smoked before, this is the gateway. Like I said, addiction is when you think you have the freedom to start, but when you want to stop. So is it not even possible not to be addicted to anything? The industry will say, no, we are doing this. So like I said, we have a long way to go. Yes, but we are not stopping. Sensitization, strengthening our laws. Like I said, like the National Tobacco Control Act, those regulations should be enforced stringently on this product. They should be treated like every normal tobacco product. They should carry graphic health warning. They should say what they actually do. They should not be exposed. Minors should not be exposed to these things. Radius, like an 100-meter radius of schools and public places, you should not be allowed to smoke them. Yes, so that's my take on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, when you look at tobacco companies in America and Europe, the laws there has restricted these companies to some level. The sales, the consumption, their laws there have reduced their effect on their citizens. So right now, they target the African continent as their next gold mine. And just as you rightly said, there are laws, or laws should be put in place. But you also agree with me that there are existing laws that are in place right now by the Nigerian government and other African countries. They have laws against this thing. So what is actually the problem? Is it that the policies, the laws are not strict enough, or do we need stricter laws, or we need to bring in something stronger than that to reduce the access to some of these products?
Yes, so you've rightly said what needs to be done. I used to say this, that Nigeria is not short of brains, we are not short of laws. Sometimes it's just proper implementation. A law is as good as how well it is being implemented. Yes, there are some loopholes in our laws that we also have to work on. The current law does not clearly cover some of these emerging products, which is why we are asking that these laws should be made stronger. But the overriding fact of this is that the health of your citizens is important. So whatever comes over profit should not come over health. So like I said, let's do everything in our power, the legislature, individuals, and I could go into what's the WHO's framework convention, FCTC's, what they recommend, which is the empower, and how this can be used effectively to cover these things. But like I said, a strong law, implementation, enforcement these laws can't stand in isolation. We might have the law and it might not be going. Yes, there are a lot of factors that also leads to this. The tobacco industry itself, it's a big factor because they lobby, they do a lot of things. I can go on and on. Nigeria ratified that WHO framework convention in 2025, 2026, but we did not have our own law until 2015 due to some factors, interference. Currently, Zambia, a country too, have been trying to pass their tobacco control law, but for some reasons, the industry too are either stalling or something. So, like I said, this is we're under attack. You enter meetings and you see them there. Like if let's say you are making laws on malaria will probably not be in the room to defend itself. But this product that actually killing people, they will come there, they will tell you reasons why you should not regulate them, that you are spoiling business. But why will you want to do this over the health of citizens? These things have no medical benefit, no benefit at all to the users. So why should it be allowed in the first place? But like I said, we need stronger laws, we need stronger regulations to regulate this. And one of the ones I said is outright ban or sales to minor. Then if it's going to even be used for medical reasons, it should be strictly, mark the word, strictly under medical prescriptions. It should not be something that you can get anywhere. And they should also be treated like every traditional tobacco product. They should be labeled, they should have restrictions, they should be taxed. Everything that happens to the normal tobacco product should happen to this product. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Angela. But let's look at the stakeholders, because whether we like it or not, these tobacco companies, they generate some form of income for the economy. I want us to look at the most effective tax structure for African governments to cut consumption of tobacco while also raising revenue. How can we balance this?
Thank you very much. Just to say something, like I said, there's no benefit to this. If something does not have benefit and it's having a detrimental effect on your health, which one will you pick? Will you pick the funds over the health of the people? And let's say somebody who is down with cancer, diabetes, the cost of treating those people compared to what these people are making, can you just oppose both? Which is better, a good health over having more money? And at the end of the day, the money you are even saying, we can get it from other sources if we rechannel this product to maybe other agricultural products. And so, like I said, these are narratives from the industry saying, oh, we bring this to the, if you tighten these laws, they will adapt. They will tell you so many workers are losing. These are just things they say. It doesn't in any way affect the economy as they used to make that sound. But now to your question, what can we do? Taxes are actually a good way, which is one of the provisions of the Empower. The last one, which is our raising of tax. And for me, I would say those taxes should be progressive. We have taxes on tobacco in Nigeria, but you will notice that sometimes some people may even ask you to buy some things in Nigeria, just like the other. The question was asked recently about how Nigeria is, what our laws look like, and some other countries have stronger laws. Some of these products are way, way expensive in other places. Not only tobacco, just to give example, there are sometimes that people outside the country will say, oh, please, let me to buy this in Nigeria. Let me to buy that in Nigeria because it's cheaper here. If these products are properly taxed, they won't be sending you. When you have to buy one for like $10, $10 is like maybe 15K now in Nigeria. That's a whooping sum for somebody who will probably want to smoke even in Nigeria. You know that this thing has no benefit to you. You probably either switch or say, oh, I'm stopping because I can use this money for something else rather than that. Is it going to affect? It's a win-win situation. The increasing of the tax of these products, because sometimes when we even think that you are increasing the tax, the industry are absorbing those tax. It does not get to the final consumer. What are these tax called? These tax are called sin tax. So it's not a religion. When you hear sin, maybe not. But what that tax means is that these are products that has no health benefits to you, to the users at the end of the day. And knowing that these products are actually legal, you can actually say, oh, stop. The best way to do is to curb them by increasing their tax and making them progressive. WHO recommends 70% increased tax, so that in Nigeria today, the price of a pack of cigarettes is probably around 1,000 to 2,000. Which some people can easily buy. How much is that? But if you are going to buy, you know that, oh, you have to dip and into your pocket. That money can probably be used for. So that way, psychologically, you are refraining people from doing those things without actually making the economy so hard and so stringent on them. But like I said, the best way is progressive tax, which makes sure at the end of the day, this money can be channeled into the healthcare sector, can be used for a lot of other things, where people are getting better, people are dropping this product. And the tobacco industry, like he said, if they claim that they actually can be in the economy, it's a win-win for everybody. But the overall win for us is the health of everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You talked about sin taxes. The government has actually done a lot. I mean, increasing taxes, advertising bans, public place bans, graphical warning labels. They've done a whole lot. But let's not also forget that the stakeholders also, they're employers of labor. They employ a lot of people who are able to fend for themselves and fend for their families. So it's quite dicey. If we're looking at health, we're also looking at the economy. We're also looking at how to balance, the labor force. So how do you think the government can come in? What advice would you give to the government at this point? Outright, they've done every other thing, possibly. Maybe there are still more things they need to do, but they've done every other thing that is needed to be done. So how would you advise the government at this point?
So let me just explain, and I've said this, I'll just reiterate it. The industry, ask them to provide how many people are actually employed. Like I said, these are narratives from the industry. How many people are there? Most of these things are automated. You could see there are machines that runs these things. Maybe just one person to a machine that runs like 1,000 cigarettes, and they are telling you like this is what we are employer of labor. These are the labor people will do. Like at the end of the okay, let me give you another example. Do you know that tobacco farmers are exposed to green sickness? These are chemicals that they get contaminated due to the when you're exposed to tobacco. So that's hazard from even doing that work. But they tell you like, oh, ask them how many people do they employ compared to other industries in Nigeria, maybe the banking sector and every other sector and every other. Ask them that how many of they should, and you weigh that. Like I said, health over wealth. You are saying they had okay. When you ask how much do they add to the economy, compared to the amount that I spent. Also, when you want to make profit, for a country as a whole, what's the definition of profits? That's when you've made over. But when that money you are making is not even enough to cater for the health of your citizens. Like I said, when we have this kind of argument, just place health first, then place the profits. Does it weigh? Can you weigh it in that substance? But most times those arguments don't hold weight. Like I said, ask them Ask the industry, let them provide how many people are employed. When they even say it, they will tell you that, oh, maybe down to the retailers and wholesalers. But those same retailers they tell you about, those people are also selling other things. That's not the only thing they are selling. That's just one out of. So they will tell you that we have 1,000 in Nigeria. By 1,000, maybe it's only 100 that is actually working in the factory. It's the retailers and that they had, but those people actually, it's not only tobacco that they retail, they have other products. And if those things leave, they won't stop selling. People will switch to other things. Like I said, these are narratives by the industry saying, oh, we have the economy. And sometimes I won't like willpower too is a lot of things. Some government will say, oh, this is not the issue at hand. But at the end of the day, health over profits is what I will end with.
All right, Angela, you asked the question in between your statement, so let me just reply that. I just found out. I don't want to. The British American Tobacco has about 48,000 people under its employment. So, what would you say about 48,000 people?
Yes, I said that 48. When you ask for the analysis of that 48, they will most likely add retailers to them. 48 compared to the numbers of Nigeria, compared 48,000 to the, look at the grand figures. So when we play with figures, let's also be careful with number of figures. It's also a mind game with figures. People give you numbers, but when you look at it, to what ratio, to what extent? So I don't want to just due to our time, but when you talk about numbers, it's a very dicey game. I can easily come here and mention WHO, mention A, but to what extent? What are you comparing that figure with? 48,000 to the numbers of Nigerians, and like it gives some static examples. They will probably add people that are doing other things to this. We've had other industry laid off people and other things. These are just arguments from the industry. I hope I've been able to provide clarity to what you just said.
All right, thank you very much. Well, thank you for answering that question. Okay, so I want to take you back a little. You talk about, or rather we talked about the ban on advertisement of tobacco and nicotine. We've talked about government going against it, World Health Organization talking about it. And these people are not taking advantage of music videos and, of course, movies. Now, the Nigerian Video and Film Censors Board, do you think they have a role to play here under the leadership of Dr. Hussaini? So, what do you think they need to do? Should we keep banning all movies that comes with smoking and drinking and all that? What role do you think they have to play, Nigeria Film and Video Censors Board?
Okay, thank you for that question. And the executive director of the National Film and Video Censors Board himself, who I know and who I know is a very hardworking man. Last year, the agency passed a regulation which we call the Smoke-Free Nollywood Regulation, which is a regulation of the agency. And what does that regulation speaks about? It speaks to some of these things that you've just asked. Should we now ban smoking in movies? Should we do? The law is the law. The law has clearly stated how this thing should be treated. Like I said, the industry, knowing that they can't do public adverts in Nigeria, results to this product. I could give names of people who actually don't smoke, and you see their musical videos where they're actually flashing it. If you are going to go deep down, the popular American movie actor that played Rambo later made that collected a whooping sum of 500,000 USD to make sure he smoked in movies. So we won't be surprised if that's the same thing that is happening in Nigeria. But what does the law say? So the law has already laid out some requirements on what should be done. If you are, this product should not be glamorized, quote and unquote, either or glamorization. And that is what they are playing on. When you glamorize it, for example, somebody is in a bad state, and the next thing you want to portray is, oh, I'm not in a good mood. I have to smoke, I have to vape, I have to do this. I'm so happy. I go to the club, I still go and smoke. And in between, I'm having a normal day smoking. Subconsciously, why are you telling people watching? It feels like the norm. You were saying it before. Now, if you go outside now, an average Nigerian will tell you like smoking cigarettes is bad because that's what the cultural norm. It plays with a lot of cultural mindset and shifting a lot of things that comes to this. And these people we are dealing with knows what they are doing. So as I was saying, what does the law of the regulation of the National Film and Video Censors Board says? It says that if you are going to, for any reason, display the use of tobacco or tobacco product, in any movie or work of art, make sure that it is not sponsored by a tobacco industry, because that's an infringement of the law. Once you are sponsored and it's you are breaking the law. So if for any reason you don't have to even use it, to make sure that you state that you are not being sponsored by the industry. Also, on the scene where you are using it, put an health warning, that any of the health warnings prescribed upon maybe smokers are liable to die young, just to show that you are not glamorizing this. Another part of that law says that for historical accuracy, so there is a tendency that you may want to portray the lifestyle of somebody like Fela Anikulapo, and there's no way you portray it. So for historical accuracy, you have to still smoke or depict a smoking scene in that movie. But like I said, there should be health warning. And like late last year, I came across a clip on YouTube that was saying that it was a Nigerian movie, and towards a scene where one of the actors was smoking, it was boldly written under that scene, smokers are liable to die young. That's what we are saying. So we are not, the law is not restricting, National Film and Video Censors Board is not restricting art or in any way. It's just to make sure that these narratives are properly given. Let me give an example. Like the movie John Wick, as much as for those who have seen John Wick is like an hero, a very strong person. But in no way in John Wick you could check, did you see that actor smoking? So we can be creative by doing a lot of things without actually putting those things in the scene. And like I said, these things are subconscious. They go to the mind. They do a lot of things. They do a lot of things in our mind. And yes,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, when we talk about tobacco and nicotine marketing, we really talk about women and teenage girls who are becoming addicts of these products. Do you think that these companies, knowing fully well that, yes, the attention has been so much on men, and so the attention is gradually shifting from men to women, what is your take on that?
And I've been saying this and I'll keep saying it. This is a target. You leave the traditional tobacco product that's been linked to a lot of things. You now say oh, these are flavors. They don't have anything in them. They are just they are less harmful. Like I said, when you hear the word less harmful, harm reduction, know that these are just words. And this targeting the young, they are called replacement. So there's this thing we say that when we started today, I said if this product has used as prescribed by the users, by the manufacturers, half of their customers will be dead. When you now know that you are losing out, what do you do to that? You bring in a new set of people, which is basically what is happening. Flavoring them, giving them new names, giving them a lot of things, and yeah, that's just so they are basically targeting them, asking them that, oh, don't worry, we even know that those ones are bad, these ones are not bad, they are less, don't worry, take it, you feel cool, feel fancy, this is the new norm, this is the new cool. And those are the strategies that the industry are using to target both women, men, young guys. They will tell you it's for people that want to smoke. It's not. These things are, you will even see young people 13, 14. It's even so bad in some areas that you see like very young people doing these things, and they will tell you, I don't smoke, I vape. What's the difference? Yes, they will say maybe, but what's the difference? It's still the same arm.
Thank you very much, Angela Atuashe. Thank you for your powerful thoughts. Thank you for joining Just Africa today.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would just like to say this. I know you were giving a statistics. I'll just cross-check. I could say that what's it called? The British American tobacco or the tobacco industry, like you said the other time, are like close to 48,000 don't have up to 700 workers in Nigeria. We could give it a try and check. Like I said, these things are games of number. They'll just tell you this number, but in the real sense, when you ask them how many of their staffs do these things, it won't be up to that figure you just quoted.
Thank you very much for that, Angela. Yeah. It was a very powerful discussion. I really enjoyed it. Of course, we would have you one more time again, join us on Just Africa to discuss.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. Quite interesting topic and banter we had there about tobacco control. And, it's quite interesting how he painted a very vivid picture of how, yes, they don't do outright advertisement, but they have a way of, putting it in movies, music videos, and there's some conscious mind that it's just there, it's registered there. He also said, yes, there's a ban on children buying cigarettes.
Underage, yes.
Underage children. But sometimes you see some of these older folks, they send young children to go buy cigarettes from the local malam or from the local small kiosk. I mean, how do we even curtail that? That's some of the things we also... So it's not just for children, it's for those who are selling it.
Yes.
So if a young child comes to meet you to say, I want to buy so, I'll be sent. You tell that child that...
Go tell the adult.
Go tell the adult if he wants to come and get this, he should come by himself, not send you. That this is wrong.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the things we need to, put out there. Now, tobacco isn't just smoke. It's a symbol of choices between profit and people, silence and accountability. As Africa's population grows younger, the decision we make today will determine whether we will inherit a generation addicted or a generation aware. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you tomorrow as we continue to ask big questions shaping Africa's future.
And I am Omevi Idolo. I want to say we should keep prioritizing our health more than profit. Thank you very much for joining us on the show.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out. on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Godabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do. But I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters, advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. Just want to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, but just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be today. So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was a period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, when I carry a mat in the bag, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I'll have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits. Let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if they are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you are running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it. But we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, in the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paper war and how you want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should, we all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that, where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be president said so. President said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we find ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, when we went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Stratton Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up to the point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money, they all over the place, they abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. He took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they can wear, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, say they don't use the belt, the trouser will just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. No, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up to the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as it's still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That's the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Soyinka Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972,
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television, where we bring you business, economy and developmental stories from Nigeria and across the globe. My name is Grace Komalafe and we are reaching from our studios here in Lagos. Before we go into the news and details, let's bring you some of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu accepts Professor Mahmoud Yakubu's resignation as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. The Nigerian Labour Congress calls on federal government to increase education funding and prioritize teacher welfare. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer demands swift implementation of the new India-UK trade agreement. Switzerland extends its short-time work support program to protect businesses and employees. Nigeria officially entered the race to host a Formula One Grand Prix in Abuja. Thank you for joining us on the World News. Now we'll bring you the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has accepted the retirement of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, after the completion of his second and final term in office. The president, while thanking Yakubu for his decade-long service in deepening Nigeria's democracy, conferred on him the national honor of Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON. Following the handover ceremony on Tuesday, Yakubu transferred leadership to May Agbamuche Mbu, the most senior national commissioner, who now serves as acting chairman, pending the appointment of a substantive successor. Tinubu is expected to present a list of nominees for the position to the Council of State on Thursday for consideration, with former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan among those expected to advise on the selection. Professor Yakubu's tenure marked significant reforms in Nigeria's electoral process, including the introduction of bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS, the INEC resort viewing portal IREV, and the expansion of polling units across the country to improve access for voters. Despite these advancements, his time in office was also marred by controversies over technical failures during the 2023 election and public doubt about transparency. Legal experts, however, have urged Nigerians to focus less on who appoints the next INEC chairman and more on strengthening institutional processes and citizens' conduct during election. As a transition unfolds, stakeholders and lawmakers are renewing calls for comprehensive electoral reforms ahead of the 2027 general election to enhance credibility, inclusion, and efficiency in Nigeria's democratic system. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Henneke Lokpobere, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to ensuring that every barrel of crude oil produced in Nigeria supports both domestic consumption and international supply obligations. Lokpobere gave the assurance on Tuesday in Lagos during the opening ceremony of the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria Koran 2025 Summit. Speaking on behalf of the minister, his technical advisor, Nda Adaba, emphasized that the administration remains focused on achieving energy security through optimal production, value addition, and private sector collaboration. He said the government recognizes the strategic role of refining owner in driving industrialization and reducing the nation's dependence on imported petroleum products. The summit themed Refinery, Key to Energy Security in Africa, brought together key stakeholders across the oil and gas value chain. Discussions centered on advancing refinery operations, policy reforms, and regional partnerships aimed at strengthening Africa's refining capacity and ensuring sustainable energy supply. The Nigeria Exchange Limited sustained the upward momentum on Tuesday, adding 92 billion naira to the market capitalization as renewed investor confidence in insurance equity strengthened overall market performance. The market capitalization climbed to 92 trillion naira, while the all-share index advanced by 172.48 points to close at 144,995.26, bringing year-to-date growth to 40.87%. Trading data showed that investors exchanged 507,004 million shares valued at 24.28 billion naira across 30,665 deals. While trading volume fell slightly by 2%, turnover increased sharply by 67%. Cornerstone Insurance led the gainers chart with a 9.92% rise to 6.65 naira per litre, followed by Consolidated, Hallmark Holding, and Chance, which both recorded notable price gains. Sectoral performance was largely positive, with the insurance index up 1.98% and the industrial and premium indices advancing 0.69% and 1.06% respectively. Aradel Holdings dominated in value, traded at 13.16 billion naira, reflecting continued investor appetite for high-performing stocks. The latest rally underscores sustained optimism in Nigeria's capital market, driven by growth in the financial and industrial sectors. And now the World Bank has cautioned that Nigeria's target of achieving single-digit inflation in the short term is unrealistic, citing persistent structural weaknesses in the economy. Its latest Africa's Pulse report released on Tuesday, the bank noted that Nigeria remains among a few African nations still struggling with high consumer price inflation despite recent policy adjustment. According to the report, Nigeria, alongside Angola, Ethiopia, Ghana, Malawi, Sudan, Zambia, Sao Tome and Principe, and Zimbabwe will continue to experience double-digit inflation through 2025. The bank said that while 37 of Africa's 47 economies are expected to stabilize with single-digit inflation by 2026, Nigeria's inflation pressure are likely to persist. It attributed the sustained rise in prices to ongoing currency depreciation, elevated food and energy costs, and widespread supply bottlenecks. The World Bank emphasized that unless these structural challenges are addressed, the federal government's inflation reduction strategy will remain difficult to achieve in the near future. And now the Nigerian Labour Congress has called on the federal government to increase education funding and prioritize teacher welfare, warning that continued neglect of the teaching profession poses a serious threat to national development. And also, President Joe Ajaero made the appeal in Abuja during the World Teachers' Day celebration, describing teachers as the foundation of every nation, yet among the most underpaid and undervalued professions. Ajaero urged the government to meet the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization benchmark of allocating 6% of gross domestic product and 20% of public expenditure to education. He noted that Nigeria's current investment falls short, resulting in poor learning conditions, shortages of qualified teachers, and rising pupil-teacher ratio. The Labour leader also decried the exploitation of private school teachers and demanded stronger enforcement of labor rights to allow them to unionize. He warned that failure to invest in teachers' training and motivation would worsen the exodus of educators abroad and undermine effort to improving learning outcomes. Away from that, the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD, has announced a shift in the implementation date for the new guidelines on the deduction and remittance of check-off dues codes. The exercise, initially scheduled to commence on October 3, 2025, will now take effect on December 31, 2025. The decision, according to PDAT, is to allow for a more seamless transition to the revised system in a statement signed by the Executive Secretary, Tolulokpe Odonaya. The Directorate urged pensioners, pension unions, and all relevant stakeholders to familiarize themselves with the provision of the guidelines. The rules were earlier communicated in a publication dated June 30, 2025, and released publicly on July 1, 2025. Odunaya explained that exemption would provide additional time for effective sensitization and compliance across all parties. She added that the goal remains to ensure a transparent, efficient, and well-coordinated application of the new process for all defined benefit scheme DBS pensioners under PDAT's management. Still in the news, Nigeria has secured a guaranteed seat in the Space Exploration and Research Agency's Global Democratic Astronaut Mission, marking the country's entry into human space flight through a community-led selection process. The National Space Research and Development Agency said the initiative aligns with Nigeria's goal to expanding its space ambitions beyond satellites to human exploration. The program allows Nigerians to compete for astronaut selection via Sarah's blockchain-powered platform with transparent voting and training provided by Blue Origin officials. Describe the mission as a historic step that will deepen Nigeria's participation in global space innovation and inspire inclusion in future scientific advancement. And now we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. We'll go deep in.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcement has been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting culture agricultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Thank you for staying with us. Now we bring you more stories. African countries are emerging as key players in global agriculture as shifting trade dynamics open new export opportunities. Recent approvals from China to import blueberries from Zimbabwe, granules and cashew from Gambia, and soybeans meal from Ethiopia signal growing confidence in Africa's agricultural capacity and quality. These developments are positioning the continent as a credible supplier in high-demand food markets. The continent's 54 nations are capitalizing on trade disruptions among major global economies to attract investment into agribusiness and value-added processing. International investors are responding positively with new funding flowing into projects that enhance productivity, processing, and logistics. Africa exporters are also expanding partnerships with Asian markets, diversifying away from traditional Western buyers. Experts say this shift could accelerate Africa's long-term agricultural transformation, generating employment and boosting rural incomes. With improved infrastructure, market access, and modern farming practices, the continent is set to play a strategic role in ensuring global food stability and sustainable economic growth. India's securities regulator has begun consulting financial stakeholders on ways to strengthen the country's share lending and borrowing framework to improve liquidity in the equity market. The Securities and Exchange Board of India said the plan seeks to make lending and borrowing of shares more efficient and attractive to traders, helping balance the dominance of the derivatives market. Anant Narayan, a full-time board member of the regulator, explained that many investors currently prefer to short sell through futures rather than the securities lending system due to cumbersome processes and low market depth. The regulator now aims to streamline operations and expand the number of eligible stock for borrowing to support smoother price discovery and greater trading volumes. Market analysts said India's current system is weighed down by multiple intermediaries, making large transactions costly and slow compared to over-the-country market board. The new reforms are expected to simplify access, reduce operational bottlenecks, and create a more competitive equity trading environment. Still in India, its oil refiners are preparing to boost imports of Russian crude as widening price discounts make the supply increasingly attractive amid rising global energy costs. Industry officials said that the Russian crude currently selling well below benchmark prices. India refiners are leveraging the opportunity to secure affordable energy supplies and strengthen their profit margins. The move comes as India continues its strategy of diversifying oil sources while balancing domestic energy security and international market shifts. Analysts say the country's approach reflects a pragmatic policy to safeguard its refining industry and maintain stable fuel prices for consumers despite global trade and geopolitical uncertainties. Economists note that the growing energy partnership between India and Russia highlights New Delhi's expanding influence in global commodity markets. By taking advantage of favorable pricing, India is reinforcing its position as one of the world's fastest growing oil consumers and demonstrating its determination to sustain industrial growth through strategic energy diplomacy. Bank of Thailand, BOT, kept its benchmark interest rate unchanged at 1.50% on Wednesday, surprising the market that had anticipated another rate cut amid mounting economic pressures. The central bank, however, signaled it remains open to further easing should the outlook for Thailand's economy worsen. This comes as the nation grapples with negative inflation, weak domestic demand, and the impact of United States tariffs on trade. The BOT's Monetary Policy Committee voted 5-2 to maintain the one-day repurchase rate, noting that the effects of previous rate cuts are still working their way through the economy. The bank slightly reduced its growth forecast to 2.2% for 2025 and 1.6% for 2026, citing external headwinds and softening domestic momentum. Inflation remains below target at 0% this year, but officials maintain that the risk of deflation is low. The central bank expects exports to grow by 10% this year despite trade frictions, but projects a contraction in 2026. Meanwhile, the government has announced a 44 billion baht stimulus plan to bolster consumption and investment. Economists anticipate 2 more rate cuts in the coming months to support growth. Still in the news, global stock markets climbed earlier today as investors anticipated lower interest rates, while gold soared beyond $4,000 per ounce for the first time, driven by strong safe haven demand and growing concerns over global fiscal policies. The precious metal has gained about 50% this year, supported by central bank purchases, fund managers, and retail investors hedged against economic instability and currency weakness. Analysts said the gold rally reflects fears of fiscal management and slowing growth across major economies. Investors see gold as protection against inflation, debt risk, and volatile markets. Meanwhile, European shares gained modestly, led by banking and energy stocks, while the euro weakened amid ongoing political uncertainty in France. In Asia, Japan's yen slid to an 8-month low following political shifts that raised doubt over future monetary tightening. Oil prices also advanced slightly, with Brent crude at $65.97 per barrel as traders struggled off supply concerns. Analysts expect global markets to remain driven by expectations of monetary easing and investor moves towards safer assets like gold. Away from that story, Switzerland has extended its short-term work support program to protect businesses and employees from the economic fallout of declining export demand linked to international tariff tensions. The government said the measure aims to cushion companies forced to reduce working hours as global trade disruptions continue to slow industrial activity and weaken manufacturing output. The policy allows firms facing temporary downturns to retain skilled workers instead of resorting to layoffs, with the state covering a portion of lost wages. Economic officials noted that maintaining workforce stability is crucial to sustaining productivity and supporting a quick rebound once trade conditions improve. The extension follows Switzerland's broader efforts to safeguard small and medium-sized enterprises that remain heavily dependent on international markets. Analysts believe the decision underscores Switzerland's proactive approach to economic resilience, balancing worker welfare with industrial competitiveness by reinforcing its employment safety net. The country is positioning itself to navigate ongoing trade uncertainty while preserving long-term economic stability. You're watching The World News here on SOUQ News Television, and we'll be going on a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
It's always good to know you're with us, and now we'll bring you more stories. Romania's Constitutional Court has delayed a decision on two key fiscal reform bills, extending uncertainty over government efforts to reduce the country's large budget deficit. The court, however, upheld two related measures on corporate governance and health care, ruling that they aligned with constitutional provisions. The postponed rulings, particularly on judicial pensions and retirement reforms, will now be reviewed on October 20. The government's fiscal reform package, worth around 10.6 billion leu, aims to cut the deficit to about 6% of economic output next year, from more than 9% in 2024. Prime Minister Lil Bolojan's administration has pushed for measures such as capping high pensions, raising judges' retirement age, and tightening public sector spending to restore financial balance. Analysts say the court's delay could affect investor confidence and strain coalition unity as the government works to strengthen fiscal discipline and align with European Union budget targets. The outcome of the postponed ruling will be a key indicator of Romania's political and economic stability in the months ahead. And now British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called for swift implementation of the new India-UK trade agreement, describing it as a landmark opportunity to boost economic ties between the two nations. Speaking in Mumbai at the start of a two-day trade mission, he said the goal was to bring the deal into effect as quickly as humanly possible to unlock immediate benefits for businesses and workers. The trade pact signed in July eliminates tariffs on key goods such as textiles, whiskey, and cars while opening market access for both economies. It is expected to boost bilateral trade by £25.5 billion by 2040, with major companies including BP, Rolls-Royce, and BT already positioning to capitalize on the deal. Both governments aim to ratify the agreement within a year, making it Britain's most significant post-Brexit trade success. Starmer's push for growth comes as his administration prepares for the challenging fiscal budget in November. Strengthening partnerships with India and other global markets is central to his economic strategy, offering businesses wider opportunities to expand amid rising global trade tensions. And moving ahead, United States retailers are preparing for a muted holiday shopping season as forecasts signal the weakest sales growth in years amid cautious consumer spending. Rising prices, slowing wage growth, and prolonged trade tensions have left many households prioritizing essentials over luxury or non-essential items, creating uncertainty for businesses that rely heavily on year-end sales. According to the forecast by major consultancies, overall holiday retail sales between November 2025 and January 2026 are expected to rise between 2.9% and 3.4%, the slowest pace since the pandemic. PricewaterhouseCoopers projects a 5.3% drop in average consumer spending to about $1,552 per person, led largely by reduced spending among Generation Z shoppers. Online sales growth is also expected to slow, with Deloitte and MasterCard predicting modest increases compared to previous years. Despite this outlook, analysts expect promotions and early discount campaigns to help retailers cushion the down slow. Major brands like Walmart and Macy's remain optimistic, banking on competitive pricing to attract value-driven shoppers through the season. And now oil prices climbed by about 1% on Wednesday after OPEC Plus decided to limit its planned production increase for November, easing oversupply concerns that had weighed on the market earlier in the week. Brent crude futures rose 63 cents to $66.08 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 66 cents to $62.39, signaling renewed confidence among traders. The group opted for a modest 137,000 barrel per day increase, the lowest high under consideration, signaling a cautious approach to managing global supply. This move came after a period of heightened volatility as investors weighed growing inventories against slowing global demand. Trade held long positions in anticipation of tighter Russian crude flows, helping lift prices. Market sentiment was also influenced by recent U.S. inventory trends. Primarily, figures showed 2.78 million barrel build in crude stocks for the week ending October 3rd, even as gasoline and distillate levels decline. Analysts are watching closely for the official Energy Information Administration data for further market direction as supply and demand dynamics remain finely balanced. And moving ahead, the European Union is facing renewed tensions in its trade relations with the United States as new demands from Washington threatened to unravel a recently negotiated deal that had eased fears of another trade war. European officials said the fresh proposal from the United States calls for additional concessions under the guise of establishing a more reciprocal and fair trading framework. The proposal sent earlier this month is seen as Brazil as a potential step backward from commitments reached in the earlier agreement, which sought to stabilize transatlantic trade relations after months of tariff uncertainty. Analysts warn that such developments could reignite disputes across sectors including agriculture, automotive exports, and industrial goods areas that are vital to both economies. Observers say the European Union is likely to weigh a cautious but firm response, emphasizing dialogue and mutual respect in trade relations. Policymakers stress that predictable and balanced trade rules are crucial for sustaining economic growth across both sides of the Atlantic. Away from that story, 17 Super Eagles players, including top forward Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, have arrived in Polokwane, South Africa, to begin preparation for Friday's 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against Lesotho. The training camp officially opened on Tuesday after the arrival of the technical crew and backroom staff, marking the start of Nigeria's road to a 7th World Cup appearance. Early arrivals include team captain William Trost, Ekong Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, Terem Murphy, Alex Iwobi, Samuel Chukwueze, and Calvin Bassi. Officials said the remaining players are expected to join by Wednesday as the squad builds cohesion and tactical sharpness ahead of the opening fixtures. According to team sources, morale in camp is high, with players eager to deliver a convincing performance and set the tone for a successful qualification campaign. After facing Lesotho, the Super Eagles will return to Uyo for their second Group C match next week, where fans are expected to turn out in large numbers to support the team. And lastly, on the news, Nigeria has officially entered the race to host a Formula A Grand Prix in Abuja, a move that could bring the global motorsport back to Africa for the first time in over 3 decades. The chairman of the National Sport Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, confirmed that the proposal has been formally submitted to the Federation International de l'Automobile and Formula A management. The bid coordinated through Opus Racing Promotions, Nigeria's recognized representative in the talks, aims to position Abuja as the next major F1 destination. Diko emphasized that the initiative is not only about motorsport, but also about national development and international recognition. This bid is more than just about hosting a race. It is about showcasing Nigeria's capacity, creativity, and commitment to developing world-class sport and infrastructure. He said, if successful, the Abuja Grand Prix would mark the first Formula One event on African soil since the 1993 South African Grand Prix, potentially sparking renewed global attention and investment in Nigeria's growing sports industries. And that's a wrap on the World News this afternoon. But before we go, let's bring you a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu accepts Professor Mahmoud Yakubu's resignation as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. The Nigeria Labour Congress calls on federal government to increase education funding and prioritize teacher welfare. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer demands swift implementation of the new India-UK trade agreement. Switzerland extends its short-time work support program to protect businesses and employees. Nigeria officially entered the race to host a Formula One Grand Prix in Abuja. And that's the news this afternoon. We say many thanks for watching on behalf of the news team. Thank you. Do follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for more information. My name is Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics. ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicants for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money, okay? And they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Administration, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience, as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that At the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my son is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy for subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this day, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. that may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that, 60%, maybe about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%.
Previously.
Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deprivation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all the developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget and agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NELFON, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government, And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian with the Nigerian people, and the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News TV.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street, SOUQ, and